Hello, 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 everybody. How is everyone doing today? Foxfire, good to see you. Thank you so much for coming by. Also, one thing I want to address right out the gate, I've kind of fooled around with some settings for my cam and everything before I started this stream today. Probably, honestly, shouldn't have done that. But right now, I'm getting an unstable live feed notification, so I'm going to try to keep an eye on that as best I can. Basically, I was trying to upgrade the picture quality a little bit, but I am streaming from a mid 2015 MacBook, so all that might be a little more than it can handle. So please try to let me know if oh wow, that Nightbot setting's horrible. I'll need to adjust that. I'm actually gonna do that right now real quick. Hold on just 1 second. But yeah, so please be sure to let me know in the event that the stream starts getting like really choppy. Alright, hopefully that will fix Nightbot, because all of those links are essentially non-functional. But yeah, let's go ahead and get right to it. We're starting off today with a Batman warm-up sketch. And you know what? I'm actually going to try to see how quickly I can do this. So I'm going to try to talk a little less than normal. But I will try to be keeping an eye on chat and all that. So we're going to lay in our center line, do an eye line, build out his nose. Here is his first eye. Do a little cross contour to make sure that the eyes don't get super asymmetrical. Here is his second eye. I can't believe that it's already Friday. My first week of streaming is almost completely over already. That went by real quick. Drop in his jawline here real quick. And I do want to get a little bit more specific about this, just because the jawlines can really make or break how basically correct the character looks, for lack of a better term. Pull that up. We'll just kind of very lightly rough in where his ear would be, if you could see it. And we'll pull his cranium back. And pull that down into a neck. There we go. Do a little drop shadow there. Go up for the bat ears. I'll actually turn the page for that. Will, thank you so much for the subscription, buddy. I really appreciate that, man. That means a whole lot. I hope that you're doing well today. Enjoying this not awful St. Louis weather that we have today. Could be better. Could certainly be a whole lot worse. And we'll give Bruce a little furrowed brow, because, you know, that's kind of in his character. We'll do another sort of kind of cross-contour line to make sure that his ears are about the same height. And you know what? Those are a little taller than normal. I think that generally they'd kind of be up around here. There we go. I'm going to put in his clavicle, pull down his traps, do a very light rib cage just to kind of give us an idea of where that would be. Chest line, cowl line, center line, and boom, we've got a Bruce drawing. Oh yeah? Well, I hope that your students are behaving. How soon until winter break? So now I'm just shaking up my ink a little bit to get ready for the inking stage. Oop. Got a little bit on my finger, so we will wipe that on a piece of scrap paper so it doesn't get all over our drawing. Gotcha. I bet they're looking forward to it. I think we could all use a bit of a winter break right now. Oh, Mrs. Jones. I definitely preferred Metro Mrs. Jones to McKinley Mrs. Jones. It's kind of wild that they actually were sisters. Alright, so now that I got my brush nice and wet, I'm going over here to dip it in my ink. Sharpening it up over here on my piece of scrap paper. And then we're just going to get started here. So we're going to go right here with one of his bat ears. And sorry if I'm going to get in the way here, but this is kind of a big, long line. And I usually like to sort of get in there so I can see what I'm doing. There we go. I'm going to kind of smooth it out a smidge from where I had it. There we go. Got a little bit of ink on my forearm from that piece of scrap paper. That's okay. Inking is kind of dirty business sometimes. It just is what it is. Normally I don't do that. If you guys just saw what I did, where I kind of like basically inked 2 separate lines and then filled it in. That's pretty uncommon for me to do, but I can tell that my brush is already starting to kind of lose some juice, mainly because this line right here used up a lot of the ink. So I knew I didn't really have enough to hit that the way I wanted it to. So I basically made 2 smaller lines. Now we're going to go ahead and ink the base of his cowl. Do his chest line. The JL8 kids certainly aren't shredded, but it's kind of nice to give them a little bit of musculature just to add some kind of dimension to their body instead of it seeming just kind of flat. I probably need to redip my pen again, my brush. So I'm going to just kind of do the stuff that doesn't require quite as much ink, such as his mouth. Do the little kind of like divot thing. I'm actually not sure what the technical term for that is on your collarbone where it kind of dips, but that's what that is. Can do the other side of his neck real quick and his other trap. There we go. And you know what? I probably got enough juice for his nose. Yeah, kind of what I was mentioning earlier, where like I'm sort of worried about the stream quality. At the same time, please let me know if it looks any better. I was trying to look into how to get like the best picture quality available, because I'll admit, like I use technology a lot. I'm not really that super proficient at it, so I didn't have a whole lot of faith that the way I had the camera set up initially was like optimal. So yeah, if you could just let me know if all the fiddling around I did is worth it or not. Or if you can't tell at all. Thanks, buddy. But like the picture quality is okay? Like does the picture quality look about the same? Does it look better? Like the video, I mean, not the art. Because I guess since I'm literally drawing pictures, somebody could possibly think that when I ask if the picture looks okay, maybe that's what they think I'm talking about. There we go. Come up here and actually pull that out a little bit further. And that, you know, that's a big old fat line, so that uses up quite a bit of ink. So I'm probably going to have to redip here almost right away, but I've got a little bit of juice here. I can do this. Lay in the outline of this little drop shadow underneath his chin, as well as the seam of his mask. There we go. Awesome. Is the actual stream looking okay? Is it like super choppy? Is it like, how's the actual quality of the stream? Because right now it's giving me the unstable. But I don't really know like how extreme unstable counts as. Also, thank you so much for all the feedback, everybody. I really appreciate it. I just want to make sure that, you know, you guys get the best quality of content that I'm able to provide. So, well, that was kind of a mistake. Alright, here we go. Doing the face mask part of his mask. There we go. Now, usually when I'm working on an actual JL8 strip and the illustration of Bruce is a lot smaller, I'll actually just ink his eyes, and then I'll actually use white paint to draw on his facial features. But given the size of this illustration, that's kind of unnecessary. So I'm inking them in the same way that I'm inking every other part of him. I'll add a little. There we go. I'm so glad so many people were able to join today. And this is actually going to be the first of 2 streams I'm doing today. If anybody was here yesterday, you may remember I was kind of tossing around the idea of maybe doing a evening nighttime stream. And given the fact that it's, you know, Friday night, seemed like good a time as any to give that a whirl. So I'm going to be streaming today from now till probably around 6 p.m. my time. So about 5 hours. And then I'm going to be hopping back on at 8 p.m. my time. And my time is Central Time. And for the first stream, we're going to be doing this, and then getting some work done on Forward the Horizon, my creator-owned project. And then at the 8 to 10 o'clock slot, we're going to be working on some Batman Day commissions that I still have to knock out. Just realized I don't have any tunes playing. I think we'll go with some Saves the Day for right now. Sea Shark, thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate that. I'm going to take that up there while I clean off my brush. Oops. Pulled up some of the glue on the top of the paper that helps keep it inside the pad that it comes in. Thank you so much for the comments, E-Shark. I really appreciate that. Alright, so now I'm going to use my Copic 110 Special Black to just fill in all the black areas. And I've talked about this before. A lot of people just do these fills with their brush. I choose to use the marker because, frankly, I really worry that using the brush that way kind of shortens its lifespan a little bit. So I choose to opt for the marker approach. And also, I kind of like the flatness of the marker, because usually with a brush, you can kind of see all the different brush strokes and everything. Which can look really cool, but every time I do it, I feel like it looks really dumb. So this is how I work. I'll go ahead and use the chisel side at this point. Favorite story arc of JL8 so far? That's a really good question. I'm pretty partial to Diana's birthday arc, mainly because in a lot of ways that's the last art that's actually finished. Because technically, I mean, like, the Bruce and Karen date and the Green Lantern stuff, that's all part of the same arc. And even though the date and the camping trip are both over, the finale is actually, like, the actual end of that arc is going to be the sleepover where Bruce is staying at Clark's house, which is the, like, giant update that I'm working on that'll be releasing hopefully sometime next year. I'm certainly not nearly as far along with it as I was anticipating being when I planned on working on it, mainly because of just COVID. And when I say a big update, I'm talking, like, it's kind of like the first JL8, like, not quite as big as, like, a graphic novel. But I fully anticipate it being like 30 to 40 pages. Which is a lot of work. Chicano Yokai, hello, how are you? Thank you so much for stopping by. I'm just putting the finishing touches on our Bruce warm-up sketch. And for anyone who might be interested, I am planning on listing all of the warm-up sketches from this week on eBay. Mainly because I'm just not really sure what people are willing to pay for them. So it seems like a good idea to just essentially let you guys decide. That those listings will be live starting tomorrow. And I'll be sure to link everyone to them. Oh, and also I will be streaming tomorrow. We're basically doing another version of what I did last Saturday, where I'm going to be doing a complete illustration start to finish. Instead of it being Batman, this time we're going to be doing Superman. This one, however, will not be given away. That was kind of not a one-time thing, but kind of just like a big thing to do to, you know, kick off the stream. But I will probably make it available for purchase if anyone is interested in that. There we go. Oh, thank you so much. The nod to the blue and black lanterns. Yeah, it was, you know, it was pretty subtle, but I thought people that were in the know would get it. And they seem to. So, I'm happy about that. Alright, so now the finishing touch is going ahead with my Copic Multiliner and just kind of inking this frame, as it were. And the absolute final step, oops, is inking the signature. Miss Frosty Crow, thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate that. And there we go. A finished Bruce warm-up sketch. And it only took me just a little over 30 minutes. I think that's a new record for this week. Although I've probably drawn Bruce more than I've drawn any other JL8 character so far, so... he's like particularly easy for me to draw. Alright, so I'm gonna go ahead and move this out of the way. Oop, a little piece of the paper actually came off with that piece of tape. Actually, there's also a little smudge of something up there. Alright. Have I drawn Arthur and Mary yet? Not in the context of JL8 officially, but I have done commissions where I've drawn them. I don't think I've ever drawn them the way that I would like probably officially draw them in an issue of JL8. But yeah, I have drawn them a number of times. Alright, so next up is I'm going to be working on inking this page from my creator-owned Forward the Horizon. If any of you have been kind of tuning in throughout the week, you saw me inking the previous page to this, page number 8, which was just causing me all kinds of fits. But thankfully we finally put that behind us, and now we can start moving on to more fun parts of the comic. But yeah. So I'm going back here, get my brush nice and ready again. Because usually the first thing I do when I start inking an actual page is I start off with the figure work. Almost every time. And for figure work, it's mainly brush stuff. But now I'm kind of just going to sit here for a second, give it a once over, kind of decide where it is exactly that I want to start. I think this panel up here, which you can't really see all that well on camera, but I think I'm going to start off with this panel right here. Kind of a nice big face, some like medium character work. Even though we just literally did a warm-up sketch, it's still kind of one of those things where you kind of go kind of baby steps a little bit. So yeah, I think we're gonna start off here. So I'm gonna take the tape off, which really the only reason I keep taping stuff to the desk is so that you get like a decent look at whatever it is I've got on the table, because if I just let it drop down here, it kind of falls out of frame a little bit. There's no like cool artist's insider element to the fact that I do the tape thing. Alright, so now that I did the warm-up and knock that out, I can kind of take not a leisurely approach to this, but definitely more of deliberate approach. Because this is the real stuff, so I want to make sure that I'm getting it the way I want it to look. Double checking my pinky because it kind of felt like maybe that line wasn't totally dry. There we go. Not sure why I'm pointing my left finger straight into the air. I don't know. You guys probably can't even see that. I was holding my hand like this for some reason. I'm not really sure. I'm not really sure why. Pinky's out. I don't need it. I hope people understand that I'm making SpongeBob jokes over here. It's actually not, DJ. This is actually just a standard, well, for lack of a better term, a standard just blue colored pencil that I happen to like working with, made by Prismacolor from their Col-Erase line of pencils, which I think just means that they come with erasers on them. I'm not really sure what Col-Erase represents other than that. And honestly, the only reason I even know or started using it was we were required to use it in my animation classes in college, and I realized that I liked it, so I've been using it ever since. I'm not crazy with that. That kind of softened up his nose a little bit. Oh well, just gotta keep that in mind for next time. Marcus is supposed to be fairly angular, so that ink line kind of works against what I'm trying to achieve with him. Francesco, thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate that. Hope you're having a lovely, lovely day today on this Friday, end of the week. Today's actually my youngest brother's birthday. I made sure to send him a text. In case I end up forgetting later. Oops. Apologies, I think I know that I actually keep bumping the camera. I'm sorry. Gonna kind of feather that a little bit to sort of give the, make it feel like hair. There we go. Giving him some eyebrow definition, I guess. I'm not really sure how I would describe that. And this is kind of one of those things where, like, if you stick around long enough, and I don't mean today, I mean like long term, these characters might end up changing a little bit, because I'm still trying to kind of figure out how exactly I want to draw them. What inspired me to create JL8, essentially? I wish it were a cool story. I mean, it literally sort of popped in there one day. I was just kind of zoning out at work, and the idea just sort of came to me. And it seemed funny enough. Excuse me, funny enough. And also seemed, like I'd enjoy working on it. So I decided to say, hey, let me just do a couple of these real quick and show them to my friends, and my friends really liked them. In fact, I wasn't initially planning on sharing them with the public. It was just going to be something to share privately among my circle. But then some of my friends convinced me that I should really put them up on Tumblr or something, which is where I originally started posting them. And the rest is kind of history. It managed to find a following fairly quickly. And that following kept growing pretty steadily. And if there's anyone in here who's not familiar with JL8, which is kind of my big claim to fame, there should be a command to link to all the different spots that you can find it to read. That's my award-winning all ages webcomic that I've been working on since technically 2011. 2011 is when I did the first one. Although I guess I started posting it publicly in 2011 too. But it wasn't until a few months after I'd already drawn the first one. And if anybody is discovering it for the very first time, A, I hope that you enjoy it. B, please forgive the quality, the initial quality of the art. I have grown quite a bit in the last literally 10 years. Holy smokes, that is wild. And also, please forgive me sometimes when I ink. I'm not great at staying on top of chat. So if I end up not responding to a question or comment, you are more than welcome to continue posting that until I do manage to see it. You know, obviously within reason. Don't just spam chat, but I don't really think many of the people who find their way into my stream are necessarily those kind of people. Excuse me, sorry. I don't know if you heard me burp just then, but I apologize. Alright, time to reload the brush. No, Mugen, the initial art isn't awful, but I've certainly grown quite a bit. And frankly, if you look at, you know, if somebody just kind of came to it looking at that Bruce warm up that I just did, Bruce looks quite a bit different in the first issue than he does how I draw him now. And Seki, thank you so much. I really appreciate that comment. Yeah, I'm just like a long form narrative person. I just don't really know how. I don't really. First of all, I don't consider myself a writer. I'm very flattered that people seem to enjoy my writing, and I think I think I'm capable. I don't think I'm like hot garbage or something, but that being said, I am very aware that I'm kind of like beholden to long form storytelling. I just can't really like shake it from the way that I write, for better or for worse. Mostly for worse, I guess, because I think most people, or a not insubstantial amount of people, kind of preferred JL8 when it was sort of just quick, goofy, like one-off strips. I mean, for starters, it certainly updated more regularly because the strips just weren't quite as involved. But the truth is, this is what JL8 has always been. It just kind of seemed like a different thing when I was essentially like setting everything up, which is what, that early stuff, which is really all that early stuff is just kind of like world building and whatnot, if that makes any sense. Oh, Saki, thank you so much for the cheer. I mean, that's like my second ever cheer. That means a lot. Alright, so now I get to do all these dumb little details of basically where the studs where the studs on his armor would be. I realized I just kind of trailed off there. Yeah, gym teacher Darkside. Everybody loves gym teacher Darkside. Myself included. I'd like to revisit him. And like I have storylines in mind with him. It's just a matter of, you know, getting there, as it were. So the brush inking on Marcus is pretty much done, but I'm kind of feeling like I just want to get him done entirely. So I'm going to set my brush down right now and actually bust out my Tech pen. To actually start putting in the studs. Because basically what I just inked is like the kind of crease in the leather. Because this is kind of like padded leather armor. So it's kind of poofy. As you can kind of see here. And I'll also do his eyes. There we go. And lastly, I'm going to fill in the blacks. Because frankly, I just like knowing that, like, okay, cool, this part of the drawing is done. Now I don't need to worry about it. Although I think I might do that, because right now his neck seems a little weirdly sized, now that I look at it. Another thing that I've talked about is I tend to like to work front to back, in terms of like foreground to background, so technically the next thing would be the cart. And you know what? I'm actually going to go ahead and ink that real quick, because I do want to do that before tackling Kieran and Aiton. I'm just kind of trying to get all my tools together here real quick, because now I'm moving on to a nib. which is to say inking with a traditional style pen. Probably should remember to take the tape off before I started, but oh well. So nibs are very, very wet, so you need to be very careful with them so that you don't end up smearing all over the place. Which I literally just did, but thankfully not anywhere on the actual image field. There we go. There we go. School suck. Hey, bud. How's it going? Good to see ya. When am I going to make a mistake? Oh, I make mistakes all the time. Except we don't make mistakes. We have happy accidents. Just gonna blow on that a little bit and kind of make sure that it's ready to go. All right, cleaned off my nib, dipping it again, and back to work. There we go. And I've still got plenty of ink on my nib, so instead of letting that go to waste, I'm going to come over here and start working on this tree. Now, I'm still pretty novice with the nib, so I'm not really sure what I was specifically trying to say there. But maybe something to the effect of, please don't judge too harshly. Again, like I said, the reason I'm kind of doing all this stuff now is just because I kind of did what I wanted to do with the nib and still had a decent amount of ink left on it. And, you know, don't want to be wasteful. So you just kind of move on to something else that you plan to use it with. There we go. Nose cam? Yeah, I actually did pull my camera back a smidge. So that being said, it's probably going to be a little more common to see my noggin popping into the picture frame. Hopefully no one finds that too terribly offensive. There we go. And now I can actually start to see the ink getting thinner. So that is basically telling me, alright, nib's done for now. If I want to keep inking with it, I would need to reload it. So I'm going to clean it and move back to brush inking. Just because that's primarily what I'm trying to do right now is brush stuff. Although I'm going to take just a second to try and find some new tunes to put on because my last album has ended. What do I want to listen to while I work on this? I'm going to go with some Beulah. The coast is never clear. Alright, now I'm going to remember to take the tape off. And we're going to start inking Kieran here. Oh, let me be sure to close up my ink vial. Because I actually use a different inkwell for the nib than I do for the brush. Same ink. One's just kind of like a wider vial. It's kind of easier for me to dip my pen into, because you don't want to dip your pen quite as deep as your brush. Alright, I think the first thing we'll do, oops, now it's not a matter of actually bumping the cam, it's bumping the USB cable. Which I tried to get a USB extender for it, but it wasn't quite working. And I'm not sure if I was just doing something wrong or what, but I kind of ran out of time before potentially solving it. And obviously, since they're further in the background, you want to ink them with a finer line. Not necessarily a dead line, mind you, but just not quite as beefy as what we've thrown on Marcus here. What I really also wanted to do while I was kind of fiddling around with stuff today was basically use my webcam zoom function to have the cam further back so I'm not constantly bumping into it. But I was kind of having a hard time getting that to work too, so... A good man is easy to kill, well, talking about the weather, say it's getting better. Alright, time to start moving on to his arm. go ahead and do his little shoulder pad. The way I hold my brush is weird? Is it? How else do people hold it? Oh, I guess some people hold it like this. Yeah, that makes sense. I never really thought about that. Can I even... Well, first of all, it's barely loaded, but... That's nothing. You should see how my buddy holds his pencil. My buddy holds his pencil like this. I think. Something like that. Yeah, I mean, like, now that I'm thinking about it, the way I hold my brush, I guess it's because I'm inking more, like, with my wrist and my arm. And my hand is basically just there to keep the brush itself steady, if that makes any sense. I'm not really sure what's going on with this arm, but I'm just kind of trusting the marks I made. Should probably pull out my character sheets for these guys to try to make sure that I'm not doing anything wildly off model. You gotta remember that I'm doing more realistic noses in this series. Nothing crazy, but were you like actually seeing nostrils? Since the JL8 kids, you don't. All right. What tunes do I have going on? Right now I'm listening to Beulah, their album The Coast is Never Clear. I really wish I could just play music for you guys to hear, but that's a good way to get in trouble, apparently. And I do strongly encourage anybody who's watching to find some tunes that they enjoy and put that on while you watch. Because I think listening to music while making art or watching art being made, I just personally I think it's like a match made in heaven. I love it. Oh yeah, they've been calling it the like DMC apocalypse or something on Twitch. I mean, this is before I started streaming on Twitch, but apparently that's become like a really major thing. Tons of people are getting like their entire channels demonetized because of the music that they've been listening to on stream. But yeah, Beulah's great. They're an indie rock outfit. I don't. I can't remember if they're actually out of California, but it's kind of got like that California pop quality to it. They were actually a part of the Elephant Six, along with bands like Of Montreal, Neutral Milk Hotel, Apples in Stereo, all that stuff. But it's very bright, very sunny. kind of Beach Boysy, Beatles inspired type indie pop rock, as it were. It's just fantastic, kind of like good mood music, even though, you know, a lot of it is you know, kind of sad, you know, sort of like heartbreak songs, stuff like that. But I eat that stuff up. Because, yeah, that's another one of my great pleasures in life is discovering new music and sharing music that other people might not be as familiar with, turning people on to new bands and stuff. I love that. So if I can get the word out to even like one or two people about a band I'm really into and have them enjoy it, that's like the best feeling. I just like exposing people to stuff, period. You know, like taking a friend to like your favorite restaurant. Chaser the Guy, thank you for the follow. And having them like it as much as you do, you know, like that's a great feeling. Showing like one of your favorite movies to somebody and having them really enjoy it, that's a great feeling. Stuff like that, I really enjoy stuff like that. And to be clear, I don't think I'm unique in that way. I think a lot of people really enjoy that. Oops. I'm gonna obviously fix this when I go to ink it, but Aiton's eyes are kind of looking like googly eyes. One's like a little, not the entire eye, but like his pupils are just kind of off. It's kind of cracking me up a little bit. I'm not gonna lie, that's a pretty freaking good ear. Saki, thank you so much for the cheer. I really, really appreciate that. Any and all support is always appreciated. Ooh, that is a much thicker line than I was intending. Alright, slowly but surely, we're getting there. Almost done with one full panel. Only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Only 6 to go. Oh, did anybody hear the news that apparently Oscar Isaac is going to be playing Solid Snake in a film adaptation of Metal Gear Solid? I won't lie, I'm pretty excited about that specific casting. Frankly, I'm a very large fan of Oscar Isaac. I think that he's incredible. I don't think he looks like a dead ringer for Snake, but I can certainly see it. Not that Snake is like the most unique character design of all time. Basically, it's kind of like a gruff white dude. Really, I didn't know that Oscar was like going really hard trying to get that role. That's cool. I mean, not that that really ensures any kind of like great performance. Nick Cage really badly wanted to play Superman. Not that he ended up playing Superman, so we don't really, but you know, like I know people are like really into Nick Cage and all that, and that's fine, but like that is not the Superman movie I would have wanted to see. And I mean, frankly, like whenever at this point, whenever anybody's kind of like, oh, like I don't know about that casting, I just kind of point to like, dude, everyone thought Heath Ledger as the Joker was going to be awful. And now you can't go anywhere and not see Heath Ledger's Joker. Like, it's become like the default. It's become like the default version of the character, for better or for worse. I would say for the worse. Not that I have anything against Heath Ledger's performance. I thought it was a great performance. But I think there's a lot more to the Joker than that particular version of the character. Like, I think that's a really good version of the Joker. I don't really think that that's like what I want to be considered like the Joker, like the definitive version of the Joker. If that makes any sense. I still don't like Keaton as let me rephrase that. I like Keaton fine as Batman. I have. There is no part of me that sees him as Bruce Wayne. And truthfully, I didn't really care for Bale's Batman, period. His Batman or Bruce Wayne. Which is kind of a shame. Like, I generally like the Nolan movies, but it's kind of rough when you're not crazy about Batman himself in those movies. I just want to ask you guys one more time. Like, is the stream looking okay? Is it running smooth? Is the picture okay? All that kind of stuff. I just keep seeing unstable next to the live icon on my Twitch dashboard thing, and it's got me all nervous that. All right, awesome. And then, like, up top, the bitrate graph is just jumping around like crazy. Whereas in past broadcasts, the stream quality was excellent. Okay. Well, I think I'll just end up. Sorry, I should have been talking during that. I was kind of just like watching chat. I imagine what happened was because I kind of screwed around with the bit rate a little bit, and maybe I input a number that was a little too high for what my laptop is capable of handling. I wish I understood this stuff better, and I'm sure I will over time. But right now, most of it's just Greek to me. Yeah, I've really got to figure something out for the webcam. I can feel myself knocking into it every so often. And there's just no way that's pleasant for the viewers. But, you know, this is the first week. We're going to have hiccups. Just gotta test stuff out, see what works, see what doesn't. I actually woke up at like 8 a.m. this morning. Look at me go. Not that that really has anything to do with anything, I just felt like mentioning it. I have a horrible sleep schedule. That's something I've always struggled with. So much so that I actually am interested in participating in like a sleep study. But can't really do that right now. And I know a lot of people are having a rough time right now with sleep and everything like that. This is just something that, like I said, I've been dealing with for years now. And, you know, it does affect my output. I would prefer to be a 1080p just because, I mean, it's artwork. Clarity, I mean, ideally I'd be able to stream at like 4K. I'm actually looking at my OBS settings right now, and I've got 565 dropped frames, which is 0.4%. It says. I don't know if that's real bad, real good, all things considered, etc. I only mention it because Mugen, you seem to be pretty knowledgeable about this kind of stuff. Yeah, I mean, I should clarify. I know it's not like real bad. Real bad is like straight unwatchable. Um, but you know, I wasn't sure if that's like kind of like flirting with the edge, as it were, in terms of like bare minimum of watchability type thing. I really like Aiton's design. I'm really happy with it. I hope you guys think he looks cool and friendly. Aiton being the main character who I'm currently working on inking. And truthfully, that was me kind of being rhetorical. I feel bad if that seemed like I was like fishing for compliments or something. Oh, right, I need to fill that in real quick. Let's go ahead and use my brush to fill that in real quick. Oh, excuse me, burping again. And kind of like what I did with the nib, I've still got a decent amount of ink left on this brush, so yeah, we're basically just trying to use up all the remaining ink on the brush so as not to be wasteful. And since I'm not like 100% sure how much is left, I'm kind of just tackling little stuff that doesn't require a ton of ink to mark. This might be a little ambitious. Yeah. Oh well, it's not too bad. There we go. Yeah, Mugen, I'll admit, currently there aren't many females in the story just as yet, which is kind of by design. Um, One of the sort of meta elements of the book. Well, actually, let me answer DeFuerz's first, because that kind of like leads into what I was going to say about your stuff. Um, so the plot of this new book, first of all, it's titled "Forward the Horizon." Um, Basically, it's about Aiton, this character right here, who comes from not like a super small town or anything, but he comes from a place where he really badly wants to grow up to be a great adventurer, because he heard, you know, being read stories and being told tales and stuff like that. He just thinks it's like the end all be all to, you know, go out into the world and try to make a positive difference and help people and all that. And the town that he comes from, that's kind of like saying that you want to go out and be an actor or a rock star. You know, it's just kind of considered um, sort of like a pipe dream kind of thing. Not so much in that it's hard to accomplish, but more like you're going to get yourself killed. Why not just hang out here? And truthfully, like there is kind of like a lot of parallels to The Hobbit. So it's sort of like, what if, you know, Aiton's hometown is kind of like the Shire, because, you know, like the hobbits aren't super interested in like going beyond the Shire, as it were. But if Bilbo, instead of getting dragged out on an adventure by the dwarves, went out looking for adventure by himself. And that's like the very broad, general plot. The actual plot is Aiton going out and essentially trying to find an adventuring party to be a part of. Because in this world, it's kind of like a D&D concept where very rarely are there great adventurers who are like solo adventurers. You know, usually it's, imagine like, you know, a comic book world where like the Spider-Mans and the Daredevils don't really exist. It's really just like the Avengers and the Fantastic Four, you know, like teams of people who are out there making a difference. And then the kind of like micro plot of the first issue is Aiton's kind of been wandering around for a while. He's kind of like a ranger. He's kind of been wandering around the countryside, basically just like looking for trouble, looking for things that he can help out with. And he arrives in Farron, which is the name of the town here in the background that they're leaving from, which is, again, to kind of make a Tolkien reference, you know, kind of like Bree, I guess. And he shows up there and is like, hey, you know, like I'm kind of looking to help out. Is there anything that you guys need taken care of? Whatever. And learns that for the past couple weeks, couple months, Farron's been subject to goblin raids every night. You know, they come in, steal a bunch of stuff, and head back to the hills from whence they came or whatever. And then Aiton shows up in the tavern where a group of adventurers have already shown up, and some townspeople are kind of trying to like bargain with them, like, hey, we'll pay you this much to go take care of this. Aiton's like, hey, can I, you know, join you guys? Banana, 1 mana, thank you so much for the follow. And they agree. They're like, yeah, sure, you can help out. And now they're off to go deal with the goblin problem. And then to Mugen's point about the female characters, holy cow, Banana Man, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the subscription. That means a lot. But yeah, like, you know, the reason I came to this idea was because my wife and I really wanted to start playing D&D again, but we just didn't really have anyone to play with. And that's something that I've kind of been struggling with for years now, not just with D&D. Well, thank you so very much. Seriously, that means a great deal to me. But yeah, like, for years and years and years, I find myself really badly wanting to... I went to Metro. Actually, along with Will and STL right above you. He and I attended there together, class of 06. Um, yeah, like I always kind of want to do stuff, but that thing that I want to do is always kind of like multiplayer, and I don't really have any friends who end up wanting to do it with me. So, like when I was playing Destiny, the Bungie video game, a lot of times you kind of have to go to like LFG and stuff like that. And, sometimes that can be a fairly toxic place. So I kind of want to make some commentary on that. Because basically, Aiton is going to sort of Goldilocks his way through a few different sort of like adventuring parties, as it were. Um, and try to find the right fit, which is also true of by Schlafly's. Schlafly's over in Maplewood. Metro is off Lindell. On McPherson, right? Will it's like McPherson and Sarah, right behind the Arby's on Lindell. Kind of Central West End area, basically. Yeah. But yeah, kind of getting back to Forward the Horizon, like, I hope that I haven't quite perfected my elevator pitch for it just yet, but I hope that kind of gives you a general idea of what this is about. And I mean, like, generally, it's just kind of like an adventure comedy fantasy comic. All the stuff I talked about isn't going to be like beating anybody over the head. Um, but yeah, I wonder. I wonder if that was that where the original Metro building was? Because the current Metro building is newer, relatively speaking. Mugen, yeah. And I mean, like, don't worry. I have a lot of ideas for a lot of different female characters. One in particular that I'm really excited about. Um, and she ends up showing up fairly quickly. It's not going to be like 300 pages until the first woman shows up. Recurring woman, I should say. I mean, there will be women in the. I mean, there's one right there. Literally, that's a woman. Um, but yeah, that the first kind of like, yeah, recurring major female character won't be showing up for a little bit, but it won't be forever away. At least not in the context of the narrative. It might take me a while to actually produce it, but yeah. But I mean, like, I do think, if you're a person who's a fan of JL8, I think there will be a lot to like in Forward the Horizon. Because at its core, JL8 is about, friendship and stuff. And in a lot of ways, that's what Forward the Horizon is also going to ultimately be about. Friendship and just the connections and relationships that you make with people. That kind of thing. Same with diversity, like ethnic diversity. That's going to be a thing as well. Not that people of ethnic diversity won't be showing up until later. Just again, that's just something I kind of would like to try to address. This stuff is just so completely stupid to me that people would just, I don't know. Just be so hateful. Holy cow, it's 3 o'clock already. That last hour went by quick. I didn't even notice. You know what, I'm kind of feeling like some Bon Iver for a minute. Now that my Beulah album is over. Nice kind of relaxing, chill music. Maybe put on some Iron and Wine later too. I feel bad saying that like I'm putting stuff on because you guys can't hear any of it. It's not like I'm like playing it for you or anything, but yeah, I'm probably not going to end up being able to get this entire page done. And not that I was really expecting to, truthfully, before this stream ends, but you know, basically this stream is really just me turning a camera on while I go about my normal work day, so as much as I'm trying to make sure that you guys can be entertained, there's only like, you know, so many concessions I intend to make. Oh, Banana Mana, if you're still in here, I completely forgot to ask. Where did you go to high school? Because I'm obviously assuming that you're from the area. Oh, Ben, you're from the area too? What year were you? When did CBC move? It wasn't like super recent, but also wasn't that long ago. I didn't know too many people that went to CBC personally. I had a number of buddies that went to SLU. I actually almost went to SLU. But during my interview, I just kept talking about how I was looking forward to going to Metro instead. So, although at a later date, when I was telling that story, like, to somebody, like one of my dad's friends or something, my dad was like, "What the heck do you mean that you almost went to SLU? Like, who was gonna pay for that?" Oh, cool. Anyone who's a friend of Eric is a friend of mine. I love that guy. Oh,
You got a honeybee.
somebody got a new toy and a fancy bandana. Well, I can't really turn this around.
Well, we just wanted to say hi because we've been gone all day. You don't have to show him. Oh.
Can we get a Niles cam thing going on here?
Say hi. Say hi.
So this is our baby boy, Niles.
We got a honeybee.
He got a new toy from the groomers today, I guess.
Yep.
Can I get a kiss, bud? Good boy. Oh,
Apparently.
you smell.
Apparently we were really good today.
Fancy smells.
Okay.
Alright, well, let's get back to drawing now. Alright, so let's... Sorry about that, but I love my dog very much. So I kind of wanted to share. Now I've got to try to get my camera back in position. Not sure if that's exactly where we had it, but that's a pretty good spot. Yeah, eventually we might set up a little Niles cam. Mainly because if I have it on my monitor, I can look at him while working, which I'm totally fine with. Alright, where were we? Working on Ink and Kieran in this panel. God, Holocene is such a pretty song. No, I think Will was asking who from the class of '02 were you hanging out with? Future note to self. I need to be more clear about how I plan on rendering Kieran's hair in the pencil stage. I'm trying to think if did I know any '02s? Wasn't the oldest class when we started '03? When we were freshmen, Will? Because it would have been '06, '05, '04, '03. Yeah, St. Louis is super small. Did you see that Kleinman went to school with that Elad Gross guy? Or, like, camp or something? Because I was asking, like, what locals are thinking about that guy. Who in '05? Also, I'm sorry to everyone who's not from St. Louis in chat while me and some locals are getting all nerdy about our youth. That's literally what Kleiman said. St. Louis is definitely a small place, and only getting smaller. Breaks my freaking heart. Oh yeah, I remember Cali. Wait, aren't those the bees? I'm obfuscating their full last name. Yale is not concluded. It's just on a hiatus. Oh, I didn't know that about Keith then. Good for them. No, I get that now. I was just saying. That was actually kind of my way of trying to clarify because I wasn't 100% sure if I understood what was happening. So I figured if I had said that, I would be corrected, which I was. So that will be the last time that that name crosses my lips when referring to her. Oh, dude, I'm just kind of winging it. I'm kind of just throwing stuff at the wall and hoping that it sticks. The people who like actually know how to draw hair, oh my gosh, that stuff is so impressive. I mean, I think I do okay. I've certainly gotten better at it, but I'm still just kind of stumbling my way through. Oh, Foxfire, that's good to hear about the focus thing. Yeah, I think so. I've got a Brio, a Logitech Brio, and I thought that I had Logic Capture, I think is what it's called, which is kind of like a way to tool around with the settings. But I guess what you need is something called Logitech G Hub. Like the settings in Logic Capture weren't really translating to OBS or something. That's kind of like what I was working on today. So I'm glad to hear there haven't been a bunch of focus problems today. All right, 2.5 hours. We're at the halfway point of the stream, not of certainly not of being finished. I think I'm gonna finish off Kieran here by doing his daggers, which I will do with a tech pen. Ah, here it is. And for this, I'll just use my parallel ruler. Actually, you know what? Hold on. I'm going to go grab the character sheet that I have. Try and make sure. Okay. Oh yeah, so you actually give Aiton his pupils here. And since I was talking about how they were kind of wonky earlier, I'm gonna go back in with my pencil just to kind of make sure that they look okay before I think that I'm fixing them with my pen and then end up making them just as bad. Well, Seki, you can always get a new T-square. Although maybe you have like sentimental attachment to that one. Which is completely understandable. I'm not implying that there's anything unreasonable about that. I realized that that was basically wrong because he's leaning up against the cart and he's got this cloak. So there's actually a lot wrong with that, but I think I'm probably just going to let it go because... Oh, Sir Barack, thank you. I'll take that as a compliment. Now I will ink this little eighth in here. Oop, forgot to... Not that that's a big deal, but... Gotta... There we go. I almost thought that I couldn't find my brush, and then I realized it was behind my ear. MD Piz, thank you for the follow. Glad to have you here. And I think after I finish inking this 8 in, I'm going to take a quick breather. Maybe just like 5 minutes to kind of sit down and recharge a little bit. Which will be in a while. I don't anticipate this to get finished quickly. This will probably take at least like 15 to 20 minutes minimum. Oops. Oh well, that'll happen sometimes. Basically, my line got away from me and went over the strap of his quiver. Also, sorry I'm being kind of quiet. This is just pretty small, all things considered, so it's kind of requiring a decent little amount of focus. Yeah, that's actually coming together almost quicker than I anticipated. Junin 531, thank you very much for the follow. Very much appreciated. Alright, here we go. Carmine, thank you very much for the follow. Also, I apologize if I mispronounced that. Just currently working on this fairly small. Oh man, forearm's getting all inky because I'm kind of accidentally resting it where I drag my brush to get the excess ink off. That's a pretty good looking cloak. Almost done with the legs. Gotta do his hand, which is gripped around his sword. Molly Z, thank you very much for the follow. Really appreciate it. All right, here we go. Let me go ahead and do some of the tech pen stuff here. after that, I should be able to finish him up and then take a very small break. Just putting these little X's to remind myself where to fill in with black. I wonder if Ashley made popcorn. I feel like I smell popcorn. All right. Oops. I think I bumped the camera. Excuse me. Alright, time to do his bow. And fill up his quiver. And again, because I've still got a decent amount of ink left on this brush, don't want it to go to waste, so I'll just use it to fill these spot blacks that I'd singled out. Oh, almost forgot the top of his tunic here. And also I think I should, there you go, kind of gives him that look of having his chest puffed out. Because, you know, he's excited. Little arm swing. Add a little bit of cloak poking out there. Alright, I think that'll do it for right now. I'm not going away for any extended period, but I think I'm going to take like a quick 5-minute break. Just kind of take a load off my legs for a little bit. Since I've been standing this entire time, probably go use the restroom, refill my glass of water, etc., etc. Honestly, all that's probably only take a minute, and then I'll probably come back and just sit down and you know, if we have any questions or anything, I can take a little while to answer that stuff until we get back to work. So let me just kind of put everything away here real quick. I'll tape this up just so you have something to look at while I'm gone. And actually, while I do run to the restroom, I'm going to run a quick 60-second ad break since I'm not going to be here anyway. I figure it's probably okay for me to do that. Hopefully you guys don't mind too much. But yeah, I'll be back in just a second. Alright, and I am back. Oh no, I'm sorry, was it like particularly loud? Certainly wasn't trying to frighten anybody. I don't even know what it played. It just has a button that allows me to run a quick ad break. So yeah, well, I take a minute to just kind of hang out and relax a little bit. Oh no, I'm sorry. Yeah, I can totally understand how that would be not the most pleasant thing in the world. But yeah, well, I'm kind of giving my feet a rest. Does anybody have any questions or comments that I could answer in the meantime? Before I get back to work? And if not, you know, that's totally fine too. I just kind of figured since I'm not the best at staying on top of chat while I'm working. Oh, there wasn't a question per se. I was just asking if anybody has any excuse me, has any questions or comments while I'm kind of taking a load off for a second, since I'm able to have my eye on chat, just while I kind of relax a little bit, recharge. But I'll get back to work here in 2 or 3 minutes. Man, we've already got less than 2 hours remaining. That's crazy. Where does the time go? All right. Well, if nobody has any questions, that's totally fine. Um, let's just get right back to work then. Which I am doing. I'm just kind of sitting here trying to decide what that's going to look like. I'm kind of debating if I want to ink the background of that panel that I was just working on. Maybe like finish these two panels so I have all three of these done before the day is over. Assuming I finish them all. I'm pretty sure that I could in like an hour and 45 minutes. I think I could get that done in that time. Maybe even more. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Although, to be fair, we were having those issues 2 years ago, I think. Um, I want to say it was like 2018 when I initially came up with the concept for Forward the Horizon. I'm kind of like just now finally getting around to working on it though. You know what? I think I'm going to do that. I think I'm going to ink the background here and then tackle this here. And if we've got some time left over, I'll figure out something else to do before this shift is over. But I think it'll be kind of nice to have 3 complete panels. I have actually not read any Rat Queens. No. I'm familiar with it, but I've never gotten a chance to. Well, I'm sure I've had a chance. I've just never gotten around to looking into it. For fear that I'll just end up accidentally copying something. Alright, let me try and find another album to listen to before I get started. Why does Spotify, like, why does it always go back to the very top of your albums list every time? Why does it not just go back to where you last had it? That drives me freaking insane. I think I'm gonna listen to some Iron and Wine. Yeah, Mugen, the no cursing sign. It's tough, man. I mean, this is certainly no brag. I'm not proud of it, but I do tend to swear a decent bit in my day-to-day life. But you know, like, it's entirely possible that parents might want to tune into the stream with their kids who are fans of JL8 or something like that. And I never want to, you know, screw that up. Alright, so my nib is like real wet, so I'm gonna actually kind of try to take some of that off real quick. Actually, in the meantime, we'll do these trees back here. There's like a hair on here. Oh, and also do the kind of like kicked up dust. Or at least I thought I would, but turns out my nib has gotten fairly low, so. And now it's not flowing. There we go. Let me try and do these here. Oh, cool. God dang it, what the heck? What the... Lord, give me strength. Are you kidding? Okay, I think maybe we're just... Okay, I gotta take a second. I'm sorry, this is like... This is like wildly frustrating. What? Like, it will literally mark over here where I'm trying to just get the excess ink off, and then the minute I hit the actual page, what the actual hell? I mean, this is literally like a joke. Rytron 6000, thank you so much for the follow. I could use the good news right now. I'm having a real hard time right now with this pen I'm trying to use. Trying real hard to not just throw this thing across the room, but we are about at that point. Like, I flat just don't understand what's wrong with it. Like, I'm gonna give this thing one more shot, and if it doesn't work, I'm just switching over to brush stuff again. Yep. Well, sorry guys. Gonna have to switch plan. I like can't even quite express my frustration right now. I'm sorry guys. Oh no, Mugen, and not to be rude, like, I don't really care about the viewing experience. I'm just frustrated that I have a tool that I want to use that just straight up won't work. Like, I don't know if I just got a bad batch of nibs or something, or what. And, like, I know I'm relatively new to using them, but there is no way that the skill floor is that high for that kind of a tool. All right. Oh, at least my brush is acting well enough. Oh, we'll still try to get 3 panels inked. They're just going to be some different panels. Sorry, I know I'm kind of moving the camera around a little bit. I was trying to move the USB cable because my page kept hitting it as I turn it around. I'm sorry about Niles, if you guys can hear him barking. I'm gonna have to go up there and get him soon. Well, at least this is coming out alright. Oh, right. I was trying to figure out what that line was. It's the cross guard for his sword. Not entirely sure if that's how I want that line to look, but I think that's one that I'm just going to have to get better at over time. Drum's nose is all kind of screwed up. By design, that is. Not saying that I messed it up here in the inking stage. I just decided to give him a all screwed up nose. Same with the cauliflower ear. Well, at least this panel's going an awful lot smoother. Which I know I've already said like once or twice, but still. I'm legitimately thankful that my brush isn't also fighting me. And I mean, there's just some days like that. Like, your tools just do not do what you want them to. And then, you know, there are other days where you like can't even believe how responsive and accurate they are. Well, we're getting there with this big guy. the two panels I'm going to try and finish before the stream ends is this one and this one. So then 1, 2, and 3 will be the 3 that we've got knocked out. I'm going to be kind of loose with that line because these trees are going to be silhouette. So all that's going to be covered in black anyway. Usually I do this stuff with tech pens, but honestly right now, my brush is feeling good. I'm feeling kind of lazy. So I'm just saying whatever and going ahead and using it. The brush, that is. And then, as I mentioned, these trees are going to be silhouetted. Tina Weena, thank you very much. I really appreciate that. That means a lot. Thank you so much for telling me that. Well, I'm certainly glad that you think so. Oh, well, that's cool. I'm glad that she thought it was neat. Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and fill all this in. And thank you for trying to calm him down for me, babe. Or I guess since you're in your Japanese tutor session. Arigatou gozaimasu. Sugoi. Hi. I guess as a reminder, before I forget, not that I wouldn't mention it again, but I will be streaming again at 8 p.m. Central Time tonight. And that stream will be all commission based. So it'll be like, I don't know how many I'll be able to even get done in only 2 hours. Maybe 3. I might go till 11, depending. Um, but if you're more interested in kind of like larger format illustrations and also kind of seeing them come together in their entirety, be sure to tune into that. And also, they're Batman Day commissioned, so they're pretty much all Batman themed. And I know people like Batman, so if that sounds like something you'd be into, I highly encourage you to swing back by for that. And since most of that stuff, well, all that stuff is kind of in the JL8 aesthetic. I don't use nibs on JL8 stuff, so we're not going to have to worry about that. Which, honestly, I do apologize for getting pretty heated right then. Like, I probably should have done a better job of sort of keeping that under control. I'm not sorry for getting frustrated. Like, I understand that that's just a normal human response. But I probably could have kept my cool a little bit better. I also could have lost it more severely. Like, I'm not trying to be super, super hard on myself, but, you know. Awesome, Tina. Glad to hear it. Hope to see you then. I think I've got at least a Nightwing commission I'm going to try to tackle. I might try to knock out a Batman Who Laughs commission. That one I'm less sure of, just because I'm not super familiar with that character design. And I think I'll need to be looking at a lot of reference for that. So I might hold off on that until like next week. After I try to do a little bit of research on the character design, so I kind of know what I'm doing. Well, mostly 3 panels. Because I do really like using a pen to do the scale mill. I think I mentioned this at the beginning of the stream. I'm not really happy with these eyes. Yeah, I like that a lot better. Oh man, we're down to like 40 minutes? Holy cow. Alright. I think I can knock this out in 40 minutes. But first, gotta choose a new album to listen to because I just finished the one I was listening to. I'll do Charlie XCX again. Something nice and poppy. Glug the Beer Slayer. Good to see you. Thank you so much for joining. There we go. It's kind of like one of those weird things. I can like feel that I'm gonna get better at drawing Marcus over time. Marcus being this guy. I think he looks okay now, but I feel like there's just like something kind of missing. I think it's just a matter of getting more comfortable drawing him for me to kind of like crack the code, as it were. But at the same time, that can pretty much be said for every character in the comic. Flinko, thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate that. Currently just trying to finish inking this one panel before I gotta take a bit of a break. but I will be getting back on at 8 o'clock Central Time. And when I return, I will be working on Batman Day commissions. Oh yeah, no, Mugen. His like general design, I'm happy with. I just think I can draw it and make it look kind of better. Kind of the same way that I think Bruce looks better now than he does in JL8 #1. Like his design is essentially the same. It's just a matter of kind of figuring out how to draw that design. All right, let's do drum. I haven't drawn him much yet, but Drum is really fun to draw. He's just such a kind of over-the-top character design. I also love that trope, which is pretty anime, just like the real big dude with a giant weapon. Because he's got a big old axe. Kind of like I can't remember the character's actual name, but the one brother, the first brother that dies in Vampire Hunter D Bloodlust. He's got like a big old hammer. With like the cross face paint. Kind of looks like Bane actually, because he got like that stuff coming out the back of his head, like cybernetic augmentation or whatever. I freaking love that movie. I actually just introduced Ashley to that movie for the first time earlier this year. She'd never seen it. Julia Madrigal, thank you very much for the follow. I really appreciate that. I hope you're having a fine Friday evening. Or whichever appropriate time of day it might be from wherever you're watching. I've actually never watched or read FMA yet, Mugen. Not for lack of interest. I always mean to get around to it. I just still haven't checked it out. I'm sure I'd like it. And you know, I mean, that's a good problem to have. There just being too many awesome things within my interests for me to get around to all of it all the time. Because kind of going back to Vampire Hunter D Bloodlust, there definitely was a time when you could have watched every available anime at your local Blockbuster, and after you'd seen them all, you would just rent them again, you know? Kind of like Belle in Beauty and the Beast, I guess, where it's like, oh yeah, you've read literally every book in this bookstore. Bedlam, thank you so much for the follow. Yeah, I still prefer how that looks with a nib, but figured I'd at least give it a shot. Julia, I'm using Speedball India. this kind. And I've probably kind of screwed around with it a little bit, like adding a little bit of water or letting it sit out to kind of thicken. But I've been using it for so long, I can't quite remember what I did to it. Ink's kind of that way. You got to kind of finesse it a little bit to get it the way that you want it to. I actually need to double check. I can't remember if Marcus has like another kind of like undershirt type thing as part of his design or not. And the answer is yes, he does. So moving forward, I will be sure to remember that. Sorry, I'm just thinking. I need to do a better job of kind of either keeping moving or saying something when I stop and think. Because I imagine it kind of looks like the feed, excuse me, feed has frozen. Alright, so we gotta put in Drum's Eye. That pretty much does it for that panel. I don't know why my voice is like cracking. Maybe just all the talking from the stream. Right. I think I wanted to add like a... Also, does Marcus have a black belt? It appears not. Oh, yeah, I guess I can show you. So, like, I kind of came up with a general body design, and then I just started, I just printed this out. Like, this is just printed on here. And then I just kind of started designing costumes on top, and was like, oh, okay, cool. I like that design. So, that's what we're going with. And I think these were earlier designs for him. This is Kieran. I think I landed on Drum pretty quick. There might be some changes to him. I'd have to like look at what I've actually drawn so far, but yeah, Mugen. I could do something like that. I'm not really sure if it's entirely necessary. Alright, so I think that pretty much wraps up my brush stuff, so I'm gonna clean that off real quick. Put that away. Actually, you know what? Nothing super fancy, but I think I'll add a little, just a little bit of texture to Drum's like chest strap thing. We're just about out of time. But I think I've got just enough left. Not that this is like particularly fascinating or anything, but I'm gonna go ahead and add in the spot black right there. I need to figure out what I'm planning on doing for dinner. Because that's essentially what the break I'm about to take is going to be for. Yeah, you're not wrong, Mugen. I would definitely say I'm feeling pretty bushed. Man, I don't think I've heard that in a while. Which is weird, because I used to say that all the time, actually. Alright, so here's what we've managed to knock out this stream. And you actually can, the way this is set up, you actually can see everything that we did, since the only thing I did on this page is the inks. And that's everything that we managed to get done inking. So yeah, I think that's going to do it for literally this stream. I'm going to hang out for a couple minutes to just sort of, you know, enjoy your guys' company, answer any questions that maybe anybody had that weren't able to get answered. during the stream due to me just being too focused or something like that. I will remember everybody that I will be getting back on here at 8 p.m. That'll be a commission-focused stream, so bigger size illustrations, kind of a clearer view of everything. On top of that, so that'll be 8 p.m. Central Time. On top of that, I will be making all the warm-up sketches available for purchase. Those will be going on my eBay page tomorrow, probably during my stream then, which is also reminding me I will be streaming again tomorrow, probably starting around 1 p.m. Central Time, and we'll be doing basically what we did last Saturday, which is a complete illustration start to finish, this time of Superman, Clark, Superman, complete with Copic coloring, so be sure to tune in to see that. Last Saturday was a lot of fun, and I think that this one will be as well. The only difference between this Saturday and last Saturday is that piece of art will not be just given away to anybody, but it will become available for purchase if anyone is so interested. Also, yes, Ashley, thank you for reminding me. This week is the final order cutoff for my JL8 JSA print, which I showed off yesterday. The camera's pretty close, so it's going to be kind of hard to get a good look at this thing, but it's the biggest print I've ever done. It's 17.5 by 22.5 inches. The listing will be live until Sunday morning, at which point I will take the listing down and it will no longer be available for purchase. And you can get that at my online store, which I believe Ashley has linked to in the chat. Thank you so much to her for that. Yes, it's very big. And also, as Ashley points out, yeah, if you've missed any streams, they will be both archived here on Twitch, and I will also be archiving and posting them on YouTube as well, including time lapses of anything that I kind of get completely done in a single day. So oftentimes the warm-up drawing and maybe a commission or so. And I think that pretty much covers it. Does anybody have any questions, comments, concerns that they'd like to toss my way before we get on out of here? I also just realized I would like to add a little bit of texture to the cart. Nothing fancy. Man, we just crossed the 5-hour mark. That's the first time, first 5-hour plus stream. Sorry, I was taking a drink before I made that sound. Are there any characters or stories that I wanted to use cover in JL8 but for some reason didn't? Might be too broad a question, so it's fine if I can't answer. Well, I mean, first of all, JL8's not done. There are plenty of stories and stuff I still intend to tackle. There are definitely stories that I'm worried I just won't be able to get around to. But I don't really want to disclose those in case I am like I intend to get around to them. So I wouldn't want to give anything away before we get there, as it were. But yeah, I've got a ton of story ideas that I still intend to tackle in the future. It's just a matter of getting around to it. Alright guys, well with that I think I am going to wrap this up. I just could really use a sit down to get off my feet and get some food in me. But thank you so much to everyone who came by. Hopefully I see some more of you. Hopefully I see some of you later this evening. But if not, again, thank you so much for coming. I mainly do this to literally just have people to hang out with while I work, to make it a little less, excuse me, dull and lonely. So the fact that any of you come out at all is incredibly appreciated. Thank you so very much. Um, but yeah, I will see you all later. Have a good night.